Chrome JS 10. Thank you for the 20 months. So there's good news. The good news is with this layout that we've put together, my camera does not need to appear. So we can focus fully and immerse ourselves in the chess position. And I can go pantless and shirtless for once. Official Yuki, thanks for gifting a sub to Big Fish Smoker. You've gifted 24 subs in the channel. Thank you. Alrighty, so for those just tuning in, welcome. My name is Eric, and we're looking at Amon's round one game from the 2022 US Masters, hosted by the Charlotte Chess Center. He's seated like 36th or 37th, playing a kid, so he's playing down, but there aren't easy pairings in this event. It's called the US Masters for a reason, and that's you have to either be a master level player or be a junior, like a kid that's over 2000. And a lot of those kids over 2000 are probably already master level. If you want to find out, if you want to watch the game like on your browser, or you want to find out about the tournament, just use the command that's in the title, !live game. There's a link to the game on chess.com and a link to the tournament. Hello, Clark Kent. When I mean master, I guess the minimum baseline of master is usually considered national master, 2200 USCF. And it's a national title. And it's generally below the FIDE titles of FIDE Master, International Master, Grand Master. There's a mix: NMs, IMs, FMs, GMs, CMs, etc. But they're looking for 2200 plus USCF in general. What's interesting already, Amon played bishop d3 right here. And that is not as theoretical. Magnus did manage to beat Hikaru once, I believe, in the Sinkfield Cup with this move. It's not a bad move at all, but the main lines usually start with knight h4, trying to chase away black's bishop and winning the bishop, ideally, picking up the bishop pair and just playing a middle game. So for example, bishop g6, often a move. Knight h4, bishop g6. White often proceeds with knight takes g6, h takes g6, and then let's say g3, and they just play this kind of middle game where white has the bishop pair, black has the solid center, semi-open h file, and there's been plenty of games here. There's other moves as well, like bishop g4, being a bit stubborn about the bishop, or even bishop e4, which is also being a bit stubborn about the bishop and not giving away that easily. Because now, if white takes on e4, after d takes e4, you might be like, hey, I'm playing white, I won the bishop pair, I'm really happy. But it's very easy to end up finding your knight on h4 misplaced. And even if you try to extract the knight, like g3, it can still be just out of play, because even when you go to g2, you don't really have any long-term steady squares. Bishop d3, not as advantageous, but it avoids theory for the most part, and it's not carrying a lot of risk. One good thing is Amon started with white. It's a 9 round event. If you get white in round one, there's a good chance, not guaranteed at all, but good chance, you end up with 5 whites and 4 blacks. And just playing a kid with black in round one, I mean, you don't want to draw them, but with black, it's sometimes not even your choice. Hello to Omid Malik and Chicken Pants. There's a link to the tournament under live games if you want to watch other players. Their games are on chess.com under events. This is my third stream in the last 24 hours. I'm definitely not covering the whole event. I'm covering Amon's games and kind of relaxing. But yeah, I'm not really part of the official organizers or planning on going over all the other games. I'm actually just I'm a just chatting streamer these days. Below deck is my specialty, so it's not really it's pretty hard for me to do 3 chess streams in 24 hours. Canada did lose, so we do need a win for Amon would be great for the Canadians. No McNaster, I will not be covering the under 1500 section of the US Masters. One thing to always watch out for in Amon's games is time trouble. And if he doesn't get in time trouble, I mean, it's only a good thing. So he's playing an opening that doesn't require as much thinking so far because it does avoid theory. And when you know you're avoiding theory, which Amon knows, then you don't think as much because it's not like, oh, if I don't remember, I'm going to lose. He knows he played something not as theoretical, which means he might not get as much of an advantage, but it's not like if he forgets, it's a memorization game and he could get punished. So here Amon goes for like an early e4. One thing to note is there is a 15-minute delay. So the moves on screen may not match the moves that you see in the camera. Meta World, thank you for the sub. That's 7 months. Tim and Philly, 100 bits. Cheers to Tim and Philly. Chrome JS just gifted 5 subs. Cheers to Chrome JS 10. Yes, Dared Live Premium is a good link to use. If you're getting a chess.com membership, if you use our link, it supports us, doesn't cost any extra for you, and we really appreciate it. Hello, Jules Gambit. Yes, Passy, I always like hanging out with the Germans. Cheers. Any background? I know nothing about most of the kids these days. And to be perfectly honest, at this rating range, Henry is born in 2010. He's 2100. There are a ton of kids, around that age and around that rating. Generally, you look at the year they were born and you make some assumptions. Generally, most likely underrated, most likely working with a coach. McNaster is asking, do you know if this kid is related to Luol Deng? I can see a resemblance. I don't know the answer to that, but I also see the resemblance. Um, could be some basketball genes in there. Amon gets cold easily, so he's normally someone who wears layers, not really a t-shirt guy. That was interesting right there because, um, well, when you hear me say interesting, it usually means something. D takes C4, I'm not familiar with at all, which Henry just played. It's usually an automatic response to take on E4. And after all the trades here, we have a structure resembling something you might see from the Scandinavian or kind of a bit solid like the Caro-Kann. It can occur from some Caro-Kann positions where black is preventing this d5 push but also trading off pieces. And it's hard for white to make progress, even though white has a comfortable position in terms of just developing, but there's limited material and it's very solid. With d takes c4, you do take away some of white's center, but you leave the e-pawn there, which is, the e-pawn was the threatening pawn, right? If we just look at this position right here, white's played e4. There's an immediate threat of e5, forking the two minor pieces with a pawn. Taking the c pawn doesn't diminish that. So it's also, capturing a little further away from the center than the e pawn might. So we have d takes c4, queen takes c4. The nice thing about Amon's opening here is that this is easy to follow for viewers. It's like not overly complicated. They're following the chess principles for the most part. You don't have to calculate that much. So pawn takes c4, queen takes c4, and black plays e5, trying to stop white from playing e5 themselves. But I can definitely say that feels like an inaccuracy already. Because what I don't like about this is already if I play just a normal move like rook to d1, I'm already threatening something on the d file, right? Where one of black's pieces might be pinned because of the queen. So for example, castles. I'm going to take here, d e5. Knight takes e5. And win a piece. Because that bishop is pinned. There is bishop takes e5. So it's not totally over. But there's already threats, which is what I don't like. Even something like this would still be favorable for white. I think the pawns might start pushing. e5 is being played. Mon's thinking now, and I think it's a very good time to think. Because I'm pretty sure he knows that black has made a mistake. And when you know that, he's going to spend extra time trying to figure out how to punish it. He knows he can look for something. Hello, Airbus driver. Airbus driver 321 is here. Everyone say hi to Tom. His name's Airbus driver in chat. And we're going to play his favorite song. Just going to turn the music up a little bit. This is from Henrik Schwartz. Naprosto. That's a Twitch Prime sub. Hello, Naprosto. Almost at 2 years. Just in time for Amon's first classical tournament since the end of July. Thanks for hanging out. Enigma1135 is asking, Eric, are you still in Toronto? I am where the ladies are. Wherever the ladies are is where I am. And right now that's Twitch. So I'm in the Twitch chess category. Neko Spaka, thank you for the prime. That's a lot of hellos there, bus driver. So this tournament is FIDE rated. That was a question from before. It's 9 rounds, and 9 rounds is usually the minimum amount to qualify for a norm. So if you're a norm seeker, an international master norm, a grandmaster norm, you generally look for these 9-round events. That's the FIDE regulation. You have to demonstrate a performance over 9 rounds minimum. So there's a lot of ambitious excuse me, a lot of ambitious players in this one. Maybe even Amon's opponent. And yeah, this is if you see the logo right just under the camera, that's the Charlotte Chess Center. They organize this event. That's Peter G and his crew. There's Grant there, a lot of good people there at the Charlotte Chess Center. So they've been growing their events, and I think it's getting big enough that, you know, Amon is seated like 35th. This is a popular event. Hello, Red Rum. I believe Danya is playing in the event. You'll see some familiar faces, hopefully through our voyeur camera. I can see that this is our personal setup, this camera. So I don't think most of the players are playing under a cam, but us lurkers on Twitch do have access to this angle. It's 9 rounds in 5 days, so in terms of time efficiency, kind of you get quite a few chess games in without Amon being away for too long. so that he doesn't miss too much boxing training. Flare GB, there's a delay. There's a 15-minute delay. Um, but if you mean the board is behind, let's check. I'm just taking the direct feed. Delays are once again being installed everywhere because of stricter anti-cheating measures. Yeah, to me, Rook D1 definitely looks super promising. And then otherwise, if we just want to develop a piece, maybe just bishop to G5. Right? No, the camera is not delayed, so we know we're behind. It's about 15 minutes. And we can still play guess the move. No cheating. Don't look at the cam. I like bishop G5 or rook D1. No matter what I want to develop, I don't really want to take yet. You know, one of the benefits of just developing is if black decides to release the tension right here, just after queen takes D4, we're threatening to win the bishop already. And we might have this E5 move because black hasn't castled yet. So there could be some issues here right off the bat. Well, if there's a way in Zoom to delay the video that I'm getting by 15 minutes, let me know, because that would, I would use that right away so that we're in sync with the actual broadcast. Well, the Hippocrates, I mean, Amon's allowed to use the camera, no one else is. He just requested permission for the purposes of streaming. So it's a case by case basis. Next best thing. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. I like to see primes. It's a good time to refill. If you got Amazon Prime, you get a free sub per month on Twitch, and you have a warm, cozy home here at Chessbra. Especially as the weather gets a bit colder in North America. We'll have plenty of streams for you. Alright, so Rook D1 was played. That makes sense. Just to keep adding pressure on. Rook D1 was played. So now there's some pressure on the D file. I'll add a delay command. There is a 15-minute delay in the moves being received. Oops. I'll get that sorted after. I mean, Luke, you don't have to ask me for everything. We do have a command in the title. Exclamation mark live game. It's got the game and the info of the event. The music got too loud. Just wanted to make sure everyone was awake. Hello, McNaster. 13. Is that because Amon's opponent turns 13 next year? Thank you, Clark Kent, for adding the command. And thank you to McNaster for the 13 subs. You hit 1300 blitz. Congratulations. That's big. We got a few more, a few more Americans trying out HelloFresh. Hope to see that counter on the bottom get to 10 because the food is good, but it's the code only works for first time US customers, and I know most of you have already tried it. However, if you haven't, you want some food delivered to your house that you got to cook yourself, but it's already neatly prepared, consider it. Definitely helps us. So we finally have a move here that I haven't analyzed yet. It's queen c7, just reinforcing defense of e5 and getting the queen off of the d file, right? So does a couple things. If you want to be a bit solid, you could consider g3 right away. And one of the benefits of g3 is that in case something like this happens, you can take back with a knight on d4. And then you even have options of knight f5 next, because this bishop and queen were lined up on the h2 square. So g3 could be played, but the alternative, something like bishop g5, is pretty good, and it's hard to complain. I mean, what you see here is an open position where white is a little bit ahead in development and has a bit more space in the center because of those pawns on e4 and d4. So by all accounts, Aman should have a small but stable advantage. Yeah, he never played rook d1. I think Eric's board is off. I mean, I'm just taking this from the official broadcast. If there's no rook on d1, then there's an input error. But I think instead of people analyzing what moves were played or not, they should just watch the official broadcast. Hallie606, if you know how to delay a video feed by 15 minutes, feel free to share. I've already mentioned it multiple times that, our situation, and it's not that, I don't know, somebody calls on Zoom and you can just set their camera to delay 15 minutes, it would be great. I'd love if somebody had a tip there. This isn't a video source on OBS, it's a screen capture. It's not a direct feed. I don't know what this render delay filter on Zoom is. I again I my goal here is to commentate. If people want to keep talking about the technical stuff, like I'm it's not my specialty to delay the broadcast, and I don't want to keep repeating myself about the situation. You can just look at the board in front of you instead of trying to focus on the webcam. I can also just take the webcam off, but I really don't want to keep repeating talking about it. Even though it's round one, it's definitely a must-win game for Oman because anything but a win. Not only is it very demoralizing playing the kids and being a bit rusty, focusing on boxing and giving up a draw or losing, but the pairings don't get any easier. And Oman is very much a confidence-based player. Um, and it's also 2 rounds a day, the format. So you don't really have time to reset or change much. It's kind of like once you jump in, you're playing twice a day, 10 hours. So I think getting a win, but also doing it without getting in time trouble. And because I mean, one thing for sure is there's a lot of this is a very young event. People are good at blitz, they're fast, and they're going to take advantage of um, slower time trouble players. So I think sticking to natural moves. I think the opening choice was good to avoid theory. Um, so far, I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing. Hey, Kraken14632, subbing for 3 months in advance. Thanks. No, you cannot take a buy and achieve a norm if it's only 9 rounds. You have to play 9 rounds. Bursty, thanks for the 6 months Amazon Prime, by the way. Um, Strictly Fire, again, like, I don't have the video sourced directly. And I can I can look into this later, but just by reading the link, it says from an attached video camera. And it's quite an involved process that you're sending me here. Anyone know how Poker Twitch players delay streams? We've streamed poker for a year. With OBS, you can set anything to delay. Again, um, it's not easy to delay a Zoom feed. And I'm not trying to go through a whole process right now and get distracted from the game. It's a Zoom stream. It's not an audio source that's direct. Otherwise, I'd be able to delay it. But like I'm not gonna repeat myself again. Um, I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm saying. I mean, um, here I think the natural move is just the castle for black. Get out of dodge, and you still have everything covered, right? Bishop f6, knight f6, e5. Black still has enough defenders, so I don't really see the downside of castling. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna probably take the cams off because everyone just keeps asking about the delay or asking if my board is broken. So give it a few minutes, but people just can't stop asking about it. Like the point of the camera is not to see the moves usually, it's to capture the tournament hall and the atmosphere and the players. Obviously for blitz or just intense stuff, it's nice to be able to see real time. But it is classical chess. It wasn't, you know, it's usually not. But this issue right now is something that tournaments have as well. If they're going to increase delay and anti-cheating measures, it hurts broadcasts to go on a delay, um, no matter what. Because let's say you're the St. Louis Chess Club and you're hosting a tournament and you want an interactive chat, but you delay the video feeds by 15 minutes and like you have to be it's hard to find that balance of like real time interaction and then having it with a delay. Bucko, I'm wearing clothes. No, this is not mainline. Amon avoided theory early on, and he has a good position as a result. Just comfortable development, no stress. He doesn't have to worry about playing a kid in their, special lines. What's up with the eval? I put the bar there for you guys since some people like it, some people don't. But you know what I honestly think can be done is if you're just watching the broadcast and you see the bar go up, which just happened. I'm not saying if it's +5, -5, whatever, but it did change. And that means probably black played a bad move. And if you want to turn that into something a bit more educational, is you try to figure out why. You know something bad happened, and then you like work backwards and think why. So here, but don't just like put yourself in the in the shoes of the players. So just start looking at the position from White's perspective. I'm sure Amon intuitively already thinks it's an inaccuracy. He doesn't need the bar. That's for you guys watching. But E takes D4 was just played. And how can White take advantage of that? I don't think there's necessarily something crazy personally, by the way. Um, but one thing I just see, like Queen takes D4, immediately hits the bishop on D6. So it's with tempo. And black still hasn't castled. We go knight takes D4, bishop takes H2, we lose a pawn. I don't know if that's good. And there's other things to calculate as well. Bishop takes F6 being one of them. Look at this here. And after knight takes back, again, queen takes D4 looks pretty juicy because we have a couple threats, E5 and also queen takes D6. But you could even calculate interesting lines like this, where it's like, can we take advantage of black's king in the center? Because if this happens, well, material is even, but there's going to be a pretty unpleasant check on E1 coming. Now they take. Well, I don't know what there is here, but it's worth calculating. Maybe rook E1. Just lines to look at. Might not be enough, but it's worth calculating. I mean, queen takes d4 looks pretty good right away. And one of the differences is that if you go for this line first and then queen d4, the bishop is hit, and it doesn't have bishop c5 as a resource because the knight's no longer on d7. Whereas if you do queen takes d4 immediately, you're hitting this. There is bishop c5 that you have to calculate, or at least anticipate. Just move the queen back, d3 or d2, and we have a position here. Should still be very favorable for white. I like this idea of bishop f4 and e5, but that's the kind of subtlety or nuance with the move order where playing bishop f6 makes a big difference. So, I would. This is a move where it's like if Amon's taking time, that makes sense because he knows he has a good position and there's two pleasant options. But if he feels like his opponent's made an inaccuracy, then he definitely wants to be precise. Because you can immediately see if you play passively here, queen takes here, and let's say you want to avoid this, so you move your bishop back. Well, now I just push my pawn forward to e5, and black's in big trouble. Black's in big trouble. They can't castle properly. They're being attacked before they can castle. And this knight might even jump in and hop into d6. Right? So here, where does this knight go? Rook d8. You want to throw that in? I go queen c4. And I might even be able to go e6 next move, but the knight's still being hit. And there's just threats on threats. I don't know where the knight goes, to be honest with you, but clearly black is way behind in development. So there's maybe some more firepower with bishop takes f6, but the drawback is trading too many pieces might diminish some of the complications Amon might want in order to confuse his younger opponent. Hello, Tim Cannon. Rook d4 is certainly an option. When you calculate something like that, you just want to make sure you're not hanging anything, nothing's loose. This is protected, that's protected, everything's protected. It works. Just it might be in the way in certain lines. An example might be if black plays knight e5, hitting the queen and knight, and there's an exchange. We might be losing an important tempo right here, or even a pawn. Just things that need to be calculated. Where the rook looks kind of awkward there on d4. Yeah, this is a classical game. Just putting on music, not making it too crazy here. Still in the early stages of the game. Anno Forever, thank you for subbing. And it's Initiative, gifted 10 subs. Thank you, it's Initiative. But I can say for sure Amon is not stressing, and there are a lot of positions he might stress in or beat himself up in. But this is a pretty calm d4 approach. What does knight b5 do? I mean, knight b5 is just a charity case here. Knight b5, you know, the young lad is going to take the knight. He's going to stare at him on and collect a free piece. The queen is defended by the bishop on d6. Now, knight b5 is an idea if the queen's not defended, but that's the definition. It's either a loose piece or it's not, and that's not a loose piece. It's defended by the bishop. The idea is not bad, by the way, but it needs to be in the right moment. So let's say in this position, let's just say rook d4 is played, and for whatever reason, this is played. Bishop back to e7, being a passive Peter. Well, here, I am starting to think about knight b5 with a pin, maybe getting access to d6, or knight d5. These ideas do work when the queen is actually hanging, and actually are quite strong. Right here, the pawn is pinned because the queen hangs, so pawn takes. Doesn't work. You move the queen somewhere, and then, I mean, I can remove that bishop. Yeah, even this is pretty good. Look at this line. Bishop takes, and rook a to d1. And that's a coffin for black. Can't take the rook because of the pin, and they take the bishop. There's simply rook takes d7, and everything falls while the two rooks are useless. So I'm sure Amon would love a quick initiative, but we're going to need some cooperation. Two pleasant options here, really. Bishop f6 or queen d4. I understand the hesitation because it's part of the hesitation is trying to establish which is actually better. And queen d4, it all depends. If it's bishop e7, you play e5. White is cruising here. White is cruising, the knight's in trouble, the pieces are being pushed away, but it's this bishop c5 move where do you put your queen? And queen d2 does look normal. And then after castles, Amon would have to look a bit further into the position and notice that, hey, after bishop f4 and then e5, there's a disconnect between all of black's pieces. But I can see someone not entertaining this because they feel like they're giving black this free move. Whereas bishop takes f6 right away is simpler. But we are giving away the bishop, you know. You liking the music? Yeah, this is just from the lounge playlist. Some of the classics, I guess. What was the playlist? It was an auto playlist. Wasn't my music, but it was good. It was classics earlier. I mean, the question is, I do think Amon is going to play this. What do you play as black here? What do you play as black? Okay, the bishop on d6 is being hit, and there's an additional threat of e5. This looks bad. But then g takes f6 might be played. And with g takes f6, it's like, well, first of all, Amon's a big pawn structure, positional, strategic guy. That gives long-term targets for white. And then you could probably just recapture and just try to just play the position, play the end game. Black does have the open g file and maybe some threats with that, but long-term, isolated pawns. So no matter what happens, white gets something out of it. Either the initiative, if black recaptures with a knight, or the better structure and long-term prospects if black recaptures with a pawn. So couple it's going to be a tough decision for black after bishop takes f6, but yeah, I definitely get the feeling Amon likes what he has right now. What I don't like is how my hockey bets are doing. Holy smokes. My hockey bets today, I have Calgary to beat Pittsburgh, Winnipeg to beat Minnesota, Carolina to beat Arizona by 2, Columbus to beat Montreal by 2, Detroit to beat Nashville by 2, St. Louis to beat Buffalo by 2, Boston to beat Florida, New Jersey to beat Toronto by 2, Islanders to beat the Oilers by 2, Capitals to beat the Flyers by 2. Let's just say, and I have Sharks winning, Ducks winning, Avalanche to win by 2, Stars to win by 2, Ottawa to cover 2 goals against Vegas. So every bet is losing. Yes. Yes. Right now, every bet is losing. Tommy says, I have Amon to beat this kid. Clark Kent, no joke, but if you ever consider a VPN service, such as NordVPN, I use it to watch hockey. Because that site that you're using works if you use a VPN. And Mattis bought it and has access to the games. I bought it and I have access to the games. So it's like, I don't know, it comes out to be pretty worthwhile when I add up all the sports and movies that I get to access. And we do have NordVPN. It's definitely useful. No, it's the reason is because you got to connect from Europe, Clark Kent. If you use our link, and you'll have full access. It's working so far. Now you guys tempted me. You said Danya is about to win. What is this? My board's messed up now. There we go. That's right. Iceland or England do work good. Bullet Mercenary. He didn't go for this. Maybe he was worried about some issues here. Hmm. This is still good for white. Pretty comfortable. Pawn up as well. Even though there's double pawns, you also have the D file. Anyways. You guys enjoying the 15-minute delay? Any moment now, Amon's gonna play bishop takes f6. RDTT scum. Thanks for the 5. Gifted subs, by the way. Shiam, thanks for the tier 3. Appreciate it. Yeah, the World Cup game was exciting. Canada had plenty of chances, but oof. We need to win. Gregory Lars, thanks for the 16 months. Bishop takes f6 has been played. I like it. It simplifies things, but it's pretty concrete. I mean, I think black's going to play g takes f6 because really, if you take with the knight and I take with the queen on d4, what do you do here? Everything looks really bad. Because e5 is coming and the pieces become discombobulated, right? e5, bishop e7, queen c4, and danger. Danger, danger, danger. This is already looking really bad. So, if g takes f6 is forced, then it means black's probably casting queen side, right? Because the king side is shattered. And the question is which, how do you take back on d4? Rook or queen? If this pawn was on g3, right? Then I would take back with a knight so I could go to f5. I mean, at Amon's opponent's level, it's not a guarantee that they're going to play g takes f6. They could take back with the knight and underestimate the position. But I'm guessing he's pretty strong tactically, his opponent, Henry. And he's going to play g takes f6 just to keep the position sharp and imbalanced as opposed to just, being passive and falling behind. Hello, Thongmi. Yes. Try HelloFresh and you can play like Amon. You don't see an immediate threat. Well, the good thing is there's no immediate threat needed. If g takes f6, the structure's messed up. And at least that's an advantage for white. bishops being hit, and these are very ugly pawns. Take with a knight, you get chased around. I would say two unpleasant options here. One of my favorite songs, Who Loves the Sun? Yeah, if we get some HelloFresh signups, that makes me very happy. Good food for you guys, good discounts for you guys, and it supports our sponsors, which supports us. But this one is only available in the US for now. Yeah, I've been pushing, unfortunately. The code's only around for a couple more weeks. NordVPN is a global code if you are looking for a VPN, but we're just hanging out here. I'm playing some chill tunes. I think like Amon's rating is taking a hit. I don't know if people realize, but he's seated 36th or 37th. Sfide's at its lowest it's been in 10 years. Um, since we were juniors, and he's closer rated to IM than GM right now. So because there's been some poor results, he's rusty. He's focused on boxing. Confidence is just so huge in cases like this. So I think the round one win. I mean, really want to see something like that. He can play well, but when you play a tournament when you haven't played in a while, and the first round goes bad, it's very easy to like get a pretty bad mentality, right? The kids are good, everyone's underrated, they've been training, I'm rusty, I got like and just all of a sudden things go from bad to worse. But if you beat a kid who's underrated, you know they're tough. I mean, and then you're gonna play a GM and someone established, someone known. It's much less stressful. You don't have like a social pressure. Losing to a kid is people don't like losing to kids. They don't like it's not good for your rating or your health. But once he plays GMs, he's a bit more comfortable, and you can see that in Title Tuesday, where he often does better against GMs than CMs. So even stylistically. As you can see from the camera, now that Amon has left his chair, there's a lot of women in chess, a lot of ladies. It's a great place to meet women. G takes f6 is being played. So I uh, I like Amon's position obviously because of the pawn structure. I also know that he likes trading and playing these more technical situations. Um, and Amon likes to grind endgames. And there's good reason to initiate more trades here with the doubled pawns and the isolated pawns on the king side. Those are weak. They're not immediately weak. They're not necessarily going to be captured right away, but they're long-term weaknesses. Goal Flames, thank you for the update, Mattis. We're fighting back, hey? Man, you should have heard my hockey bets tonight. Just brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought about this move. A very provocative move. Hangs a pawn, and I'm probably going to go like king f1 here to put the knight on f5. But the problem is, it just feels like a little too fancy or unnecessary to just give up a pawn for free. You get your knight on f5. I'm going to queenside castle, and it's it's a check. It's a nice knight, but Black's bishop is on a good square. They did win a pawn. They did pick that off, and I mean, I can win the pawn back, but I don't like the trade-off. One way to look at this is the h2 pawn is still a good pawn. It's still a normal pawn, whereas Black's pawns are permanently weak, so it's not really a good one-for-one trade. I value White's clean structure, and I wouldn't want to trade one-for-one unless I was getting something on top of that. Hey, Will. You guys can get some good food, eh? That's good. That's good to hear. It's good to get them on out of the hotel. It's easy to get stuck in the hotels during those events. So if you guys are going for food somewhere, that'll be a nice change of pace. All right, so I think queen takes d4 makes the most sense. The rook on d4 just isn't. It's just misplaced, right? It gets hit very easily. And again, this is one of the clear examples. Knight e5, and then bishop e5. I'm like not a huge fan of my rook being hit with tempo, but okay. Even queenside castle, I'm just concerned. I don't like giving the tempo up. Although this might just work fine, honestly. You can maybe just ignore it and grab pawns. And the benefit of taking with the rook is your queen is still looking at the f7 pawn. So again, Amon has another choice. Two choices. Queen takes d4, rook takes d4, and they both have merit. Getting ads, but I'm subbed. You are not subscribed to our channel, but you could be with Twitch Prime. I mean, one of the benefits of taking with a rook is you can double the rooks, and it's clear the d file is where you want to be. But taking with the queen hits the bishop, maybe looks at the a7 pawn. Juicy options. Hello, Julian from Argentina, and hello, Bucko. Who loves the sun? Exactly. I think either move retains the advantage, so I'm okay with this. Queen takes d4. Pilsners, pay my Bilsners. Thank you for the prime. This is definitely one of the stronger events in the United States, and it's growing. And the organizers are doing a good job over there in Charlotte. Yes, rook ac1 and knight d5 is a juicy idea. What about this, bucko? This is one way to try to get the knight involved. Trying to use the pin on the c file. Yeah, if you're looking at posture, Amon definitely has above average posture for that playing hall, and Amon doesn't have the best posture in general. But for chess standards, he's doing pretty good. Amon does not have a coach. The the weak pawns around the king. I mean, this is what white wants to target. So bishop e5 was played, and on one hand, you don't want to trade your knight for this bishop because maybe it allows black to fix their structure a little bit. But on the other hand, this is a really loose position for black's king. Let's just say the queen drops back to e3. You're not casting kingside because you're afraid of getting mated. And if you castle queenside, I'm going to grab this a7 pawn and say thank you. And if you play something like a6, I just have rook c1, preparing knight d5, and that would be just a killer idea. So even in like a fairly stale looking position, there's some looseness around black's king that doesn't seem to be fixed easily at all. The dark squares, the potential c file. But Amon played pretty quickly here, guys. We got to move queen c4. Look at the clocks. 55 minutes for black, 28 for white. Said he's not in time trouble yet. He's not. But he's down almost 30 minutes. I'd like to see that rectified a little bit because white has a good position. Doesn't need to spend all that much time. I mean, you have natural moves available like g3, like rook ac1, like even moving the queen back to somewhere safer. Again, you have some long-term advantages. I do like g3 and potentially parking the knight on f5. So yeah, need to see that speed improve a little bit. Position is good. And it's clear that Amon's opponent is not trying to play the best moves possible. The opening's already gone pretty sideways. Queen c4 is looking at this f7 pawn, right? If you queenside castle, I might just grab it. If you go knight b6, then you can't queenside castle. You know, you see? Now you can't queenside castle through the check. So, kind of a tricky position. Vesta, thanks for the tier 3. I have no idea. All I know is Amon's tournament is every day, and he's there to play in it. There's not a lot of time. So queen c4. Some questions are being asked because if you play rook f8, where you're like, oh, I want a queenside castle, right? And I go rook c1, and you're like, finally, I get to queenside castle. I mean, even now, knight d5 is a scary prospect. Right? If pawn takes, we can just move the queen somewhere, and we're going to win the queen for, you know, sufficient material. But if you, like, there could be some tricks here that are pretty unpleasant. And this is without any risk. White's king is safe. White's pieces are safe. Rook f8's pretty slow too, because one of the benefits of taking like this is maybe you can use the g file and come up with some counterplay. So rook f8 is not ideal. This position is, the more I look, the more I think it's get really bad, actually. And how black's going to unravel is a mystery to me. JC, thanks for gifting 3 subs. Appreciate that. What's the knight on d7 doing? It's allowing black to queenside castle right now, McNaster. If the knight moves and the d file is contested, and then your king is stuck. If you give white ample time, this is an idea. I like g3, knight h4, knight f5 is a potential plan. But pretty much white has everything here. Risk-free, better position, safer king. It's just, and many decent options. The drawback of that, many decent options, is when you have lots of good options, you sometimes overthink, trying to figure out what's the best instead of just picking one and committing to it. So the main concern is time. And we know Amon has time trouble issues, severe time trouble issues. They are on move 15. I think the eval bar is different than an actual eval, right? You try to see who the computer thinks is better. Okay, I don't really use that, but you can use it, see what they prefer, and try to figure out why. And here, the why for me is like, oh, white's better. They're head in development. They have better pawns. That's already a lot. Better development and much better pawn structure. It's like, yeah, I get it. That makes sense. But sometimes positions, and you look at them, you don't know why somebody's better, and that's why chess is hard. It's like, sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't follow logic. It's all tactics and calculation that justify it. So you don't want to be attached to it, but you can use it as a light reference point, especially in like calmer positions like this, because it might be based on a 20 move line, or it might just be based on actual principles. Castling kingside is a move, and on the cam it looks like he probably did that. But kingside, it's a long-term weakness regardless of where black castles, right? So I think one of my suggestions makes a lot of sense, and Amon should probably play without hesitation. G3, it gives space for the king. Check. It shields away from this bishop and queen battery. It indirectly protects h2. Check. Um, Two good things. And then as a result of those things, you prepare knight h4 and knight f5, optimizing your piece, getting it to a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous outpost. And then you can start by bringing your queen in afterwards. So this is a move that I actually think Amon should play without much hesitation if his opponent has indeed castled kingside. And if Amon's not playing g3, I'm going to be critical of him. Unless he's got something really good. G3 is the kind of move he likes, small, improving moves. Doesn't require calculation. And he's got to catch up on the clock. So, but if you're curious, again, this is the US Masters. This is round one coverage. It's a super strong event featuring titled players in Charlotte, North Carolina. Amon is seeded 36th. In this field, it's going to be 9 rounds played over the next 5 days. Today's round 1. And the next 4 days afterwards are going to be 2 games a day. And for most of that, I'll be here with you, hanging out, watching the games, talking about the positions a bit, and cheering him on. Castle is officially played. And my recommendation is this. G3, knight h4, knight f5. G3 first though. You don't even need to connect it with the other two moves. G3 stops h2. Also, you often want to make space for your king opposite of your opponent's bishop. If you go h3 saying, hey, I'm covering, I'm making luft for my king. You sure are. But if you were checked on the back rank, you'd still be mated because that happens to be the square that your opponent's covering twice. So I like g3 because g2 is not covered by black. It's opposite of the color of their bishop. So even just g3 on its own is a good looking move. Hope you guys have all watched the Mons training video. That's part one. There's going to be a couple others coming out before the fight. That's on our YouTube channel, right? That's just labeled episode 1, Hamilton versus Trent. We got episode 2 and episode 3 coming out in the next couple of weeks. And then we'll be headed to Los Angeles as well. I think the fight will be on YouTube, on Ludwig's channel. That's the expectation. So yeah, I think it's been about 3 or 4 minutes. I hope he plays G3. We're on a 15-minute delay. You know, anti-cheating measures. But there we go. There we go. G3's been played. Still got 25 minutes, 30-second increment. Good stuff. Good stuff. If something like Knight B6 gets played, you're happy to see that. Then you're gonna play Queen E2, and now your Queen can transition and move towards the king side. You know, a little earlier, like Knight B6, Queen E2, Rook here, Knight here. Knight's getting there, and then the Queen is gonna jump in and join in as well. Dude, stop tagging me, man. This guy is like super annoying. Hello, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. Dr. Lord, he's expensive. That's the thing. He's got a lot of options, a lot of ladies. So this is the live position. G3 was played. But Dr. Lord, one of these days you may get your wish. I can say that much. We got a nice song here. Domino-Oxia. Always a classic. If I was setting odds right now, speaking of betting, I would give him on an 80% chance. Trending towards 85. So, pretty confident. It's not only because it's close to a winning position, in my opinion, but it's a stable winning position with many different paths to victory. They might have some similar foundations, going towards Black's King or something, but because he's higher rated. Remember, he's already 350 points higher rated with White, so he's a big favorite going in, and the position is very very good. Feeling pretty good. But time is the one concern. Nicola, 1,000 bits. Thank you, Nicola. Those bits definitely do help us go. Because playing these tournaments, you're paying out of pocket, not only traveling, but time away from work. So the support during these broadcasts takes some of the burden off, and you know, lets us sometimes play tournaments without worrying as much about finances. This tournament's not so expensive because it's Charlotte. It's not that far from Toronto, and the organizers do give, free entry, and I think they also provide a hotel room for grandmasters. I think it's on their website, so some of the costs are covered. Um, Thank you, Nicola. We want to see Net H4, and we want to see it right away. You can imagine if the knight gets to f5, Black might want to put their king on h8 so that they can contest the g file. So yes, White does spend a bit of time getting the knight on f5, but Black can't just, sit around and idle. Because this is a mating idea. Bring the knight to f5 and bring the queen to g4. And then I'm just going to invade on this g7 square. Who is this stoner behind Amon? Um, Honestly, there aren't many stoners in chess at the higher levels. It's extremely uncommon. In all my years of playing like GM events and traveling, um, there's never been weed at a chess party or people smoking. Um, the last time was in college when I was on the chess team, and most of those guys don't play chess anymore. If they're a stoner, they're probably like an NM or a CM. Maybe an arena CM, that's right. Spicy Indian swag, long time no see. Thanks for the resub. If there was a sub battle between people who smoke cigarettes and people who smoke weed, the final score might be like 100-0. Just with like an army of Russian GMs led by Grishuk, completely topping some American stoner bros. No, we're not trading our knight for this bishop. We're putting our knight on f5. We're going for mate. We're going for the outpost. This is an outpost. It's a great outpost. There's no e pawn. There's no g pawn. Knight on f5 has a lot of potential. It's just a deep outpost in enemy territory. You know. How can we turn this into a drinking game? Are you looking to drink, Jules Gambit? Are you trying to drink with me? Strukovsky, thank you for the brand new prime, and 68 Chess Dado, thank you for the prime as well. If you want a drinking game, drink every time a chatter mentions the camera. Exactly. We'll be blackout in no time. Amon's opponent, he's a young lad. He knows his position is pretty bad, but he's going to want to create complications and mess things up. So I do expect there to be active resistance, as opposed to like groveling and playing passively and trying to defend against the mate. I expect something a bit more aggressive than that. Oh, is that a new name? Plaf24 is gifting 20 subs, and those are their first 20 ever. Plaf24, thanks for the gifted subs. I'm not on camera, but I very much appreciate it. We'll have to push for 7,000 subs in the next couple of weeks. Well, remember, I'm saying that if you try to harass my queen, I don't mind. My queen goes to e2, and I actually get to the queen side a little sooner. Although, I'm not saying b5 is a bad move, though, because I think black wants to get the knight to e6. on e6, the knight's more centralized. It covers the mate, and it also puts some pressure on some other central squares. So if b5 is indeed played, it's because this knight doesn't want to go to b6. If it goes to b6, right, and I just drop the queen back, for example, where's the knight going? It doesn't have a follow-up. So I can understand b5 in order to get the knight to e6, a better square. Eddie, thank you for the tier 3 resub. That's 58 months. Thank you to the Endgame Magician. Clark Kent, we need a Flames win. My hockey today is just brutal. These are some funny predictions. I went 9-1 in World Cup predictions today, and I'm about to go 2-8 in hockey so far. Blame Bucko. No, Mattis, I'll share. I picked. I actually won some underdog bets against your friend Moist Dude. Nate the Great, thanks for 25 months. We're waiting for the knight to transfer. Amon's last name is Hambleton. But I think he's a lot easier to remember as Amon, right? He's going to be the only white guy that you ever run into in the world named Amon. You won't see any other blondes named Amon anywhere. Yeah, the knight would have to go to a4 there, Monad Linux. No, I mean, Amon. Okay, let's just say this was played. Knight h4. So rook e8, knight h4. Let's assume that's played. And b5. Queen e2. Preparing to transfer. King h8. I think I just want to go knight f5 here. But if I didn't play knight f5, I'd maybe just... The knight's going to f5 regardless. And it's just a matter of selecting a move order. Because I would still consider rook ac1 preparing this. Yeah, that we can do that every time a woman appears on camera. Drink. We can do a sober Tuesday. Oh, this is another nice song from Solomon's Boiler Room. Um, so knight f5. If it b4, I'm just gonna go knight a4. It's one of these things that even in a position like this, even if we don't go for checkmate, just take a look at this position and process it for a minute. White has an outpost, safe king, good structure, everything's guarded, and black has some serious problems here. One of them is his pawn is hanging. These are still loose. And there's still some like mating ideas. Like what I'm going to do is rook ac1, double up. Let's say you defend, double up. And I just have all these outposts that I can take advantage. All these weak light squares. Checkmate's not the only way to win the game. And especially knowing Aman, if he finds a way to just get like a nice grip on the position where his opponent gets suffocated, he can easily pivot in that direction. The a4 knight jumps back in after rook ac1. It's all like relative. If your knight's offside because your opponent's queen is making it offside, well, you're really ahead there because it takes their queen out of the game. We gotta poach some more primes. Exclamation mark prime. And Clark, if you got NordVPN, that's awesome. Thank you, buddy. Let me spam in the chat. Fudo2, can you elaborate? I'm giving my chess commentary, not engine commentary. Mon's got to play a bit faster here, man. What are the time rules? I assume it's just game in 90 plus 30 seconds each. Foot O2, I'm really confused. I'm giving you moves without an engine. I don't. Why are you? I don't understand what you're saying. You don't have to assume my analysis is correct. Where does it say I'm using an engine? I mean, even my analysis is talking about positional ideas. Like, guys, there's no way to please everybody, but like, I don't know some of these comments where they're coming from. I'm actually kind of offended that someone thinks I'm using an engine and not my own words to suggest moves and plans. If that were the case, I'd get like a 1200 to commentate. But the eval bar doesn't give an eval, and I've already explained that position multiple times. Like I don't get what sometimes people ask. Like somebody says I like this thing. Some number buddy number 2 says I like this. Person number 3 says I like that. Like there's no. This is the internet. You're not gonna please everybody. And the goal isn't to please everybody, and it's just impossible to do so. Just Zanchix, thanks for the resub. The U.S. Masters is just a tournament. If you type in the command live games or live game, I guess there's standings there and information. But the website will definitely do a better job of explaining. It's a strong event that Amon's competing in that's reserved for masters. That's the short explanation. A strong open event reserved for masters. Semi-open. Semi-open. Yeah, we want to go queen e2 and bring the queen towards the king side because then it can coordinate with the knight and generate some mating ideas. Time is the main enemy. Position's looking good. Black is lashing out. which is understandable. But as long as Oman doesn't make a mistake, the slashing out doesn't really change the longer term issues. Why not knight takes b5? It hangs a piece. I will just take your knight back on b5. But you're not the first person to fall for that. Kanan died for your sins. Bishops can move backwards. It's easy to miss. Chicken Pants says Jesus died for your sins. Hello, Chicken Pants. Uh, so Amon definitely takes more time than he should on some of these things. Objectively, he really should play faster. But my only explanation is he's lacking confidence in his calculation or in his moves, and he's double and triple checking, which is for sure the case. He hasn't had time to work on chess lately. He's focused on his boxing match coming up, but or at least the boxing portion. But he really needs to play faster because some of these moves are not that hard to calculate, and the only way I think to mess this up is by getting in time trouble and missing a detail. And kids are extremely good at that. I'll feel better about Calgary when we continue to win and recover because if both teams are doing poorly, I don't really feel good. Kachuk is doing well in Florida at least. But I can't say I'm unhappy to see Columbus 3 games under 500 and um, not looking anywhere close to a contender. And remember, Johnny Gaudreau turned down signing with the New Jersey Devils, one of the top ranked teams right now. So that's kind of more entertaining. Or at least there was an offer on the table from New Jersey. And now they're doing really well and they got a good young core. All right, knight f5, I expect. I mean, the New Jersey GM said they were trying to sign Gaudreau. And based on their other signings, it looks like they probably were. So I don't really believe what Johnny is saying about New Jersey. Fish on fish. Most players don't want to play for their home city. Um, I can even say that with very clear information that Matthew Tkachuk did not want to play for St. Louis, and that's why he chose Florida. And Johnny does not want to play. Like, players do not want to play from where they're from, generally speaking, until later in their careers. There's pressure. They don't they like to just focus on the hockey. Close by, yes, but not in your hometown. Like, if you talk to some NHL players from Toronto, they'll all say they like playing in the U.S. They don't want to play in Toronto unless it's maybe towards the end of their career going for a cup. They prefer the U.S., smaller markets, less pressure, better taxes, and just, yeah, but not playing in front of the hometown. That's right. Toronto going for a cup is LMAO, but they do get hometown discounts towards the end of people's careers. Like, the position just sucks, and it doesn't suck because of a specific move. The structure was permanently shattered earlier, and that hasn't changed. There's only been more weaknesses created, and Amon's just maintaining that and slowly improving a piece here and there. Most likely, if you're playing black here, you think your only chance is to get your opponent in time trouble, so you want to play right away, respond right away. Um, yeah, just not even play the best defensive moves, but get him on to think. Hey, McNaster. But yeah, Amon doesn't have to calculate too much here. There's not hanging pieces or a lot to calculate. It just makes life easier. And if he's given an option to trade off, he probably will take it, for better or for worse. Okay, so let's go knight c5. And if knight f5, and if knight c5, do we see a checkmate? I don't necessarily see a checkmate. So it doesn't play itself. Getting the knight to f5 is nice, but the position's like not over. This didn't actually happen, did it? What's the idea for black behind queen b6? They're getting out of the way. Amano's threatening knight takes b5. Knight takes b5 was a threat here. The pawn on c6 is pinned. There's definitely still work to do, which is why I think Amon needs to play faster. Because if he's just going for a win or for checkmate, he's going to end up spending plenty of time on the clock looking for tactics and calculation. If it doesn't work out, he won't have enough time to play the position. I'm more of the opinion of milking this out. You saw a female, then you got to drink if you're playing Jules' drinking game. Hmm. Do I milk often? What does that mean? Do I milk often? Do I drink milk often? Are you being perverted? I do not lactate. Cam reveal at 10 HelloFresh signups. That's a good idea. Amon often lets opponents last longer in positions than they should, but it's because he doesn't go for like finishing tactics. And that's okay, except when you combine that with time trouble and just like a lack of confidence, you can still lose handle, lose a grip on things. Okay, we want to calculate and work hard, right? Let's go knight c5. Rook takes, queen h5. I want to go for mate, just right off the bat. You know the kind of ideas I'm looking for? Um, what I'm looking for here is like, let's say you go here. I would go there. You go here. This is what I'm looking at. It doesn't work, but I'm looking at it here. Wait, no. I'm trying to get a rook on the back rank to deflect their rook and go for mate, but it doesn't work. No, my ideas are not good. Rook t1. No, see, this is the thing. I'm going for checkmate, and if I have 10 minutes on the clock, my opponent has 40. I could mess this up because I have committed my queen to the king's side. Yeah, see? Alrighty. So that's why I don't want Amon to be in time trouble. Here? Like, I almost want to play something like knight d1. I know it doesn't look very exciting, but it's not totally useless. I'm gonna make some small, boring GM moves, like King G2, F3, Knight to E3, Rook C2. I'm hesitating on F4 because it opens up the king. Not saying it's bad, by the way, but Amon's not the type to play it unless he really thinks it's good. This is tempting, going for this, but now we need a move. Rook D1, B4. Knight A4 and Rook D7 probably wins, but unless someone's looking for that, I don't think he's gonna play it. And this is the mate. Queen H6, Rook G8, Rook F7. This probably just wins on the spot. But don't think Amon would play it. Queen H6 forces Rook G8, and then you have Rook F7, Queen H7. Yeah, I mean it wins, but it's a lot easier for us to see that. But it's also then you have to calculate this move. Sorry, you have to calculate this. Yeah, it's winning. But Amon's not the type to often go for that. If he does, I'll be very happy. Because when you do win a game like that, it does give you a lot of confidence in your calculation. And usually when you're rusty in chess, it's your calculation that's off, not your understanding. Your understanding doesn't decay. But your killer instinct and the clarity is usually off. But your positional understanding and like that stuff doesn't go away. So if you can get like a nice combo in, that'd be really good moving forward. Can't he beat a GM? I'm happy for him. I don't know. I don't see Canty's game on the list, but I don't know about you guys. I like going for the kill because that isn't, we want to coordinate our queen and knight, but it's if Amon's not looking at that, then he has to be looking for something slower. Like if you're not bringing your queen here, what are you doing? So I like this because it forces that. Then this is with tempo, and if like they're gonna go Rook F8 maybe because there's some loose pieces here. You move the queen, there might be some knight B5 or B. But I wouldn't play it unless I saw further, kind of the lines that we were looking at. So like takes, queen H5, rook here. Rook D1's not an easy move to see. The reason it's not an easy move to see is you're looking for checkmates here. You're looking like it's not an impossible move to see. It's just a strong improving move, but you have to see knight E4 because you don't want to play knight E2 because you recognize queen h6 rook g8. There's no follow up. Well, autofill, thank you for resubbing for 20 months. This move is in my head because it's not a great move, but like it gets the king off of the dark square, and I could see, oh, that's such an Amon move. Good thing is it's not. It's I just like. Do you see what happened here? Amon just played b3, I think, right? He could have played b3 in a couple minutes, but he spent all his time looking for a mate. And that's why when you have two good options, you spend a lot more time than you would if it was like there's one clearly superior one. And like b3 could have been played instantly. Position is still really good fundamentally. But instead he spent all his time playing b3. Still happy to see it, but like he could have played it right away. What's the time control? I haven't checked. I'm outsourcing that info to Mattis. He's gonna get back to me in 2 minutes with the time control for the US Masters. I bet on Carolina to beat Arizona Coyotes, one of the worst teams in hockey, and they lost 4-0. And they were like 4-1 favorites, which is pretty funny. Just getting trashed. Game in 90, 30 plus 30. Yeah. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. So Amon is not gaining more time. Thank you, J. Pauls. There we go. We got a lot of good Googlers there. Appreciate the Googlers. Yes, the clock is close to correct. Amon might be down to a minute. The clocks are accurate. We're just on a 15-minute delay, guys. So we're going to be edged a bit because we're going to see the result before the moves show up. Queen c2, Amon just doesn't see a win, so he's just making moves now. He is putting pressure on the knight on c5. There might be some discovered attack on the knight on c5 now that the queen and rook on the c file are lined up. This could be a loose knight because we have sufficient attackers. But it's also just a safe move. Well, that camera is only for us. This camera is only for us, so it's special privileges. So what it means is anybody's cheating, it's going to be Amon. But they know that's not possible because Amon's lost all his rating this year. And we're only the highest of characters in this channel. Moral standing. By the way, if you're into Star Wars, it's the season finale of Andor tonight. Kind of excited for that. Another reason to sub. Was a good episode. Okay, don't spoil it, but that's good to hear. That is good to hear. Thank you. We're upscale. Some. I hope to see some of you guys in Los Angeles in 2.5 weeks. Hey, chess boxing. We're gonna take over the city. Kind of. Why isn't P3 on the board? There's a 15-minute delay. You guys are really killing me here. I might have to put this in sub only. It's in the title. It was added to the title. Dude. Okay. They don't get time on move 40. They're on move 21. Amon just gets in time trouble. But he's playing safe moves right now, which I don't mind. This is exciting. It's a nice sweat. I think the Flames are playing against the Penguins in overtime. So last year, when I was still living in Calgary, I took buddy Mike McDonald to a hockey game, Calgary versus Pittsburgh, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to come down. You know, is Sydney still on the team?" I'm like, "Yeah." So he's pretty excited. So we go to the game, grab some good seats, and I'm like, we got to bet on the game because it makes it more exciting in person when you have a bet on the game. So he he just messages one of his guys. He's like, should I bet on Calgary? I'm like, yeah, I'm doing it as well. And he puts 1.5 Bitcoin on Calgary. So at the time, it was close to the peak of Bitcoin. I don't know what it was worth. Maybe 1.5 was like maybe 90K, $90,000 on the Flames. Um, and the game was 1-1, and it went into overtime. Overtime, no goals, even though it was really tight. Went to a shootout. Calgary wins in a shootout. Uh, and I'm like, buddy, you gotta go to some more hockey games. But I was like jealous. He just went to like one game and crushed it, cleaned it out. That's a big win. That's a big win. So we bought champagne and we streamed. We so some of you guys were probably there for that, but 1.5 Bitcoin during its peak. Yeah, yeah. So it was about 100K at the time, I think, in value. It was good, but it was the biggest sweat possible. It's a hockey shootout. That's a hockey shootout. So it's the whole process. It was like awesome. Like win or lose, but like it was good. Yeah, he wasn't trying to bet necessarily. That's why I was like funny. I was like, well, if he loses, I'll also feel bad, but nah. Yeah. He wasn't really stressed. Like stressed, but not like crazy stressed. No, it's smoky. It really depends on the person. Clint Eastwood, thanks for the resub. Largest bet I ever made was 20K on Biden in the previous election in Bitcoin. That was combined with some of Allen, but my stake was in the five figures. Exactly, Java Bandit. Exactly. Mike was early. Like a lot of the poker guys have been early into crypto, so they didn't like buy the price, the coins at at those prices. They got in real early, so it's just different. You view it differently as well. But like by looking at this position right now, what happened, Mattis? Looking at this position, it's like Amon's not going for a checkmate. It looks like position is still good, still solid, and hopefully he like commits to a plan. Like, um, if he wants to just make small improving moves, he does it. Then go King G2 and maybe F4. Because it's queens on C2, it's not getting anywhere close to this. And black might be able to get the pawns pushed C5, C4 and get a bit of majority. Remember, knight is on E6. I said earlier that was a good square for the knight. So black has made some improvements. The young lad is putting up a good fight. And I don't like the longer this game goes. But one thing is you have some squares available, right? No, Amon takes these games, they go longer, so you guys are stuck here longer, so you guys sub here for longer. It's all part of the plan. Gotta edge the viewers. I'm liking rook d5. I'm looking rook d5. Use that outpost. Improve the pieces. But I think he played b3. I think we're 15 minutes behind. So I think he played b3 from remembering the cameras, which is a different game. Jean Valjean, thanks for the prime and happy Thanksgiving to the Americans in the chat. We'll see who wins or loses before the moves are played, and then you guys will be stuck here. I'll keep you around. We lost the shootout, Mattis. Oh my goodness. Why is the U.S. Masters held on Thanksgiving weekend? So people don't have to take as many days off for holiday. Chess tournaments are usually on holidays. Like that's when most competitions are in general, right? You don't schedule them during holidays. It's hard. This is the camera's live and the board's 15 minutes behind. Yeah, I would love it to file if we get some more people on board for that. That'd be awesome. You guys should try the HelloFresh offer if you're in the US. One, the promo code is a super good deal. Two, it's pretty easy to cook and you'll get better at cooking. It might help you with your dating. Three, it's super healthy. I think I've lost some weight and I was pretty thin to start with. Exclamation mark HelloFresh for you Americans out there. Get some good food discounts on us. And support the channel and help your dating life. I'm serious. If you're in a new address, if you're at a new place, you can use it again. It's only for Americans with a new account or new address. The deal, I mean. Or you can just give it to a friend. Gift it to a friend. Or order it to your, there's different ways. Hello, grilled peppers. We need an Amon win. Am I just reading a script? No. I'm reading the talented writers from Twitch. Thank you, Dan Shields. The Flames just lost grilled peppers, so that's good timing. I'm not doing very well, to be honest with you. Really not doing well. Arthur Brochill, thank you for the prime. Amon's opponent was born in 2010. 2010. Thank you, Clark Kent, for the shot. You have socks older than him? Yep. Yep. He's 12. He's very good for 12, obviously. But if you watch him on Entitled Tuesday or his other events, he has long games. He does. He's not somebody who finishes in 20 moves or in 1 hour. His Entitled Tuesday games are very long. Might be a dumb question, but is there no noise? No noise from me, no noise from the music, no noise from the camera. This is round one. I'd like to think Amon is making progress, but we're just here and we're just chilling. I'm not talking enough? No. HelloFresh sends one box. You sign up for a week, and then it's up to you how many meals within that week. And then if you want to continue past the week, if you don't, you cancel. If you do, you let it run. But how many portions meals is up to the plan that you order. But Queen B7. You see this move? It plays against Rook D5. But now we play F3. Amon's 100% an F3 kind of guy. Solid, stable, safe. Tommy, to what do we owe the pleasure? We've had your company a lot recently. Is it because you're tanking in both of our football leagues? You'll donate 5 subs if he plays F3? Alright, we must will him on to play F3. Where are the ladies, Clark Kent? I believe the ladies are in Pittsburgh laughing at Calgary in that loss. You're not playing much blitz, so you're just enjoying. You think that last sales pitch on HelloFresh sold you? If it did, let me know and I'll give you a shout out. I appreciate that. Every sign up counts, helps. And I do think it's good value for you guys. And I do use it myself. Amon played h4 first. He still is thinking about f3, but he wanted to take away knight g5 as an option. I thought you could have just gone f3 right away, personally. But h4 is not a bad move. The position is good enough that it takes quite a few mistakes to lose it. HelloFresh has vegetarian options. But we want to win. Amon he's playing pretty timid. And I don't like that. Nicola says, "Is it me or is the video feed way ahead of the DGT board?" So we have a delay command. They've implemented a delay last minute of 15 minutes for anti-cheating measures. Amon, we need this win here. It's some rook and pawn end game. We're just gonna wait here. But yeah, HelloFresh does work for vegetarians, and they actually have quite a few options. I'm serious. I need to see the full position, but if Amon does not win, I will be in a very sour mood. It'll remind me of like the soccer game between Canada and Belgium today. So I'm okay. Do you want me to try to recreate the position? I just can't get all the pieces off. How did Amon trade everything off? And why? I need to see what Amon did because I'm not going to be very happy with it most. Oh, F3 was played. Who owes subs? Who's on the sub train with me? Hello, Johnny DJ. Amon is such a traitor. Do you think Zim would trade? No, Zim would keep the tension and I another lady. If Amon loses, I might have to watch Below Deck tonight to make up for it. Okay. It looks like it's 3 pawn. Oof. What's the move count? They're on move 26. Zon Jones. What are those for? Did you say you'd give for F3 or are you just being a friendly Ohioan or whatever they're called? Thank you to Zon Jones. I assume Amon is winning, but we're just waiting in suspense. Defile, thank you for the 5. You're just being friendly? Recreate the position. So in this Zoom call, the camera is actually like 90 degrees the wrong way. So the OBS, what you guys see is easier than what I'm seeing where I have to crank my neck. So you guys actually have a better perspective than I do. Siren, thank you for the prime. That's right, Tommy. Tommy, it sounds like you have energy to commentate on one of these rounds. Seems like Tommy wants to commentate. We got 4 days ahead, and it feels like Tommy wants to jump in and be vocal and edge a few people. You could commentate with Tommy. If you and Tommy agree to commentate, then I can set that up. I will set that up, but you guys will have to agree, and that's tomorrow. By the way, Jeff, is Jeff in the chat? Did you get a message from Andrea? I have a proposal. I don't know if you got that. Clark Kent is not Trevor, Johnny DJ. You did? Perfect. How did Amon trade everything off? Because here, I would not trade everything. I'd bring my queen in and mate. This is a winning position. How did Amon not win this? Why is the game still going on? I'm really confused here. Like, seriously. Rook G8. Let's just make some moves here. B4. No, the position stinks. This position is... Black has been dead losing for like 10 moves. But there needs to be an actual plan for white. Either soften up this bishop, remove the bishop, get on h6, go for the f7 pawn. Oh man, something's bothering me here. But the kid looks flustered, eh? Or are they just repeating moves? I'll tell you, a draw is very bad. It's a very bad result rating-wise and confidence-wise. I can't tell if the kid is pissed or not. But he's strong. I'm looking at the position on the board instead of the camera. This is still really good for Amon, and I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. For example, let's say you take with a knight here, right? Queen h6, knight here. I feel like this might have happened. Yes. Oh, and you missed queen g5. Ah. So this is what happened. No? Yes. I don't know. He found a way to trade everything off. And I'm pretty sure knight f5 was played here. And then there's some juicy tactics. Check, check, check is a big find. Completely winning for white because 2 rooks and a safe king beats a queen. Plus 2 pawns. 2 rooks, 2 pawns, and a safer king. Okay. What am I missing here? You can take here. He must have taken. It must have been queen takes. Here. I'm going to let the position show up on the board to keep the tension. But Amon might have 4 pawns on the king side, which is usually winning. Not 3 pawns. I think 4 pawns. 4 pawns with an a pawn for black should be winning for Amon. If Amon has 4 pawns, I think that's winning. 4 versus 2 and then 1 a pawn for black. It means white can probably make 2 pass pawns on the king side. But Amon's the type of guy, even when he's winning, to like take his time and like make you feel nervous. We need a win. I don't care how it's done. But if there's 4 pawns like we're seeing here, and this gets here, then we're in good shape. Oh, I know what happens. I know what happens. This was the position, right? But how do they trade the b pawns? Okay, they traded the b pawns, but it's a very similar structure. It's not exactly the same, but the b pawns are gone. But we have 4 on 2 versus a, f, and h. So similar, not the same, but the structure is this similar. Yes. So Amon is still up a pawn. Hey, Daxipoo. I'm not watching the camera because it's like it's on Zoom. It's it's tilted. Amon's good at endgames like this, so I'm not concerned. Some say if you keep gifting subs, the delay diminishes. Every one sub is 1 second that we make up. That's a rumor. I can't confirm it. And the sub doesn't have to be monetary. So if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is free, and you get our content, that helps. If you subscribe to our extra channel where we're releasing speedruns with Amon playing Black, that counts. If you're following our Twitch channel, if you're new here, helping us get to 300k so we can bring Yasser to Canada, that helps. So hoping to get some Twitch follows, some YouTube subs, and just people hanging out. Yeah, the kid played C4 and traded everything off after. Amon has very neat writing. If he's in time trouble, he'll still spend time and write neatly. Whereas my my spreadsheets look like, you know, there's a period on this, just spillage, ink spillage. Teshal, thanks for the prime. Amon's score sheets look like they came off a laser printer. Yes, very, very neat. Is Clark Kent coming to LA? No, like Amon had 4 pawns the whole time, so this is always a good end game. Then I understand why he traded. Because he knows he'll win this end game or have good chances. If it was 3 pawns instead of 4, the opinion would change, right? This 4 is important. There are 4 mobile pawns. These double pawns are pretty good, and you can create passed pawns with them and overwhelm the king. With 3, it's totally different. And plus, that's just a full extra pawn. 4 versus 3. The next round is tomorrow. Are you looking to commentate, Grilled Peppers? We have the World Cup to watch. With your sharp betting, hey? Punk707, thanks for the 27 months as a subscriber. 4 pawns is very nasty. And there's split pawns too, right? Split F and H. I believe Defile has sold a few HelloFresh subs. I'm hoping so. Hoping that number goes to 10. Tim Cannon gifted 10 subs. Tim, thank you for the 10. Bell Colt, thanks for the resub. I think it's a really good time of the year to resub. A, it's Thanksgiving. B, Amon's playing a tournament. C, Amon's chess boxing in 2 weeks. And D, it's winter, so you're going to watch more because you're not going to be outside as much. And E, we have Below Deck Season 4, which promises to be very good. It's Thanksgiving. I think in the US it's Thanksgiving, and people take it pretty seriously there. They fly home with their families and stuff. But if you don't have a home or you don't have anywhere to go for Thanksgiving, you're welcome to be here. You're always welcome here. So we got our hours in. Mons King walking. He gave a check. Then he put the rook here. Then he put the rook there, and he... Good technique so far. You know, instead of checking with the king, you can also walk your... Sorry, instead of checking with a rook, you can also bring the king and probably just eat all the pawns. But there's different ways of winning, and Amon is... he's good at these positions for sure. It's probably objectively the strongest part of his game. Is Good at a lot of technical endgames. Not that this is a hard one, but hard ones he's good at as well. Yeah, tomorrow Amon's playing for the next 4 days, so if you got time to kill during Thanksgiving, take in some chess, take in some beats, and have some fun. If you want to watch the World Cup in Discord, we're getting crowds. We're hosting watch parties in our Discord, so you don't have a way to watch the games or you're on your phone. As a sub, jump in and you get a lot of good benefits there. Subs with benefits. That's right, Red Rum. Oh no, the Germany game today was very exciting, I thought. The second half. Japan came out looking much different. Still some big saves, but like they felt like a pretty good team in a lot of the areas. That's why I kind of bet on them. Whereas Saudi Arabia, I'm not sure, felt fluky. The shots weren't fluky. It was a really good win, but I don't think they'll advance. Pushing those pawns. Amon's one of the last games to finish, hey? I know one of the arbiters there. I think that's John Haskell. I know his son and I know John as well from Fort Lauderdale, I think. Played in a couple of his events. Yeah, well, Saudi Arabia's coach is like a massive Chad. It's the biggest DILF ever. All right, so what we're gonna see here is like we're gonna see the rook either isolate these pawns and pick them off from the side, or just get behind and the king walks in. Pay attention to the technique here. It's still a good technique. It's still good to follow, not just the camera. Mon can always get behind the a pawn, and then the rook is pretty passive. You know what's nice? You can play g5, and your king can escape this way and start to pick off these pawns. But what's nice about this escape is you have an h-pawn shielding yourself from any checks from behind. But there it is. It's official. That arbiter, she is from Iran, and she became a refugee in England, I believe. I think she got in trouble for not wearing her hijab, and she left the country to, I think, avoid prosecution. And now she's well, she's an international arbiter, but I think she's living in England now. But that is a win for Aman. An endgame grind from the position that he had. This is a very typical Aman kind of win, instead, like, which is ended up trading and winning up a pawn instead of like going for like a checkmate against the weak king earlier. But it was never in doubt, except for the time situation. And Henry, his opponent with black, played pretty well, put up a pretty good fight. So, but you're not allowed to leave yet because we're on a 15-minute delay. So we have to wait for the moves to slowly be inputted and go through the. Oh, the camera's off. I'm not putting myself in. Just emptiness. I would have to be earned. I don't put out easily. We got 50 minutes to chill here. We'll hang out for 15. Hi. Just hanging out here. Haven't shaved, so you can tell. I napped right before this as well. No girls are here. It's safe. Thank you, Chess Lover 93. Guys, 1 out of 1 for Aman. Let me update the title. Aman wins. Woo. Yay. Chess Lover, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Aman's tied for first, by the way. Clark Kent, I didn't know you were sending it. You're sending it early. If we do below deck, you should join us. We gotta figure something out. No, but first rounds were dangerous. Aman beat a kid. The kid was good. Aman had white. He had a good opening. That's really important for his tournament. That's important. I mean, keep in mind, like he's 2100 his opponent, and definitely like I'm sure he's gonna nick some higher rated players in this tournament for rating. He's definitely gonna score some upsets. Fractal, thank you for the tier 3 for 2 years. Shout out to Fractal. We're at 111 subs today. What's our sub count at? $6181. Excellent. We're starting to move up there. Hey, Zenbound. But guys, the game's not over. We're on a 50-minute delay. So before we start doing shots, we need to watch it here to be official. And we get to play the anthem. And we'll celebrate. Since we didn't get a win in soccer today. This counts. Oh, this is the older version. Not that I have an issue with it. Yes, we have good win for Hambo. You want the bilingual version? Badkins, I did get you there, hey? The new version of the anthem is when they change thy sons to like all of us. So that it includes everybody, not just the sons. I think that's what Trudeau initiated. Hello, Amon. How are you? We're playing the anthem. No, yeah. I don't have a comment on that. Hello, Bucko. I do have some clothes, but I'm wearing short shorts, so my thighs are out. Battling the 12-year-olds, that's right. But you won. Lasted a bit longer than we thought, but never in doubt, hey? The reason I was worried is I thought you had 3 pawns and not four. The delay was the biggest issue. The camera delay, sorry, the camera and then the game delay made things more tense. So we survived. Gary, Grandmaster Gary says, GG, nice technique. Let's play some oracles while the moves come in. Look at the moves. You guys are paying attention, right? Supports the pawns, check. Threatens mate, and now king here, and then king up. A nice little getaway. And Zugzwang. Zuggy. Because then you go king h6. The game didn't end. Oh, the game's not over. But now you can go up and up. And you're going to win this eventually. I think you could have done that as well, Johnny. Game's not over, guys. Save your donations and drinks. The game's not over. In 10 minutes, hopefully, then you can party. We're still waiting for the final result. Amon's playing against Henry Dang. He's making a run for it with his king. He's hoping to pick off these pawns. And then you can use the king and support the passers. While this rook on a7 covers a2. Commentary's not over. Game's not over. Hold up. This is a strong oracle song though, hey? Oof. I've discussed the Flames' loss, Moist Dude. I have. You're making me mad. Dude, Dallas, oh, my picks today are fucking atrocious in hockey. My worst. We'll recover. I'm on one. All is good. I'm on one, so I'm okay. Ending on a W. Well, I'm not betting on just teams. I took something in every game, so it's not me picking favorites. I'm trying to be like practicing my stats. Cause yeah, I definitely wouldn't bet on 15 games like in terms of having preferences. I did bet on St. Louis. Yeah. Anyways, we got Amon still playing here. He's got to convert this endgame. Oh, I need silence. He's going for the f7 pawn. How's Henry gonna deal with it? King here runs into rook e2 check. Uh-huh. But then Amon can win this, give up this, and just... What's he gonna do? He might even Oof. I think he's gonna take, and after rook takes, I think he's gonna go rook here to prepare king g7 and to win this pawn as well. Rook a5, a precise Peter. The purpose of this move is just to defend g5. And then you know you're gonna win this pawn anyways, because black's king is cut off. You could also defend the pawn, but that's my prediction. The song, this is Oracles, and the song title is Cloches. Cloches. Cloche? Cloches? Oh. No. Even easier. Just f7 next. So rook here, 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 here. And you're gonna queen. Everything wins, but this is clean. We're close to the end. Can we get that pawn queened? Will he do it? So Tommy, king f5, rook here. Give me the move. This is a question for Tommy and Tommy only. White to play here, Tommy. I need a move from you. This is only for Tommy. Rook f2! Well done. Shielding the king from this unpleasant check that would have won the queen. And now there's no way to stop the queen. Tommy is correct. Thank you, Tommy. That'll be 10 subs. Great stuff from Timothy. Fukin Shelby. No, this is good because if you get hasty and you queen, some of you guys are going to mess it up. Check. At 24-hour McDonald's just said they're closed early for Thanksgiving. Well, Amon, can we get you some HelloFresh to your hotel? And maybe you can get one of the chefs to cook it? Exclamation mark. HelloFresh. I heard they ship all the time. And it's only available for American addresses. 7-Eleven taquitos. Yep. Or maybe White Castle. Get some greasy fake burgers in there. Waffle House. You can order HelloFresh, Amon. We actually might do that. If you're interested. Yes. Hello, Skinny. Skinny Cuz is here. How you doing, buddy? You just missed Amon's win. I'm kind of disappointed. Wait, did you miss it? Is the game still ongoing? I don't see results yet. No. Yep. Black's clock is still ticking. Cuz made it before the game finished. Oh, I think it just finished now. I think that's official. The clocks have stopped. White wins. We have a resignation. I think. Wait. I'm wrong. Don't listen to me. He kept playing. Check. Queen. Uh-huh. No, the kid kept fighting. Pinning the pawn. Amon checks the king, so the king's even further back. King up to queen. Rook lift. Queen. Rook e5 check. King goes to d7. Rook d5 check. King's to e6. There's no stale matrix. Now young Henry Dang resigned. And on the 66th move, because he didn't want to get mated on move 69. That's supposed to be bad for your chess. Richard BPK just gifted 10 subs. Thank you to Richard. And congrats to Amon for the win. And congrats to Tommy for finding Rook F2. We didn't get to move 69, but we can always aspire. I liked being off camera. We need the cam to stay on. Just the voyeur cam. Maybe that goes into Amon's shower. And then I don't have to be on cam at all. Yeah, I'd order some... Amon, DoorDash is pretty good in the US as well. I don't know if you're on Uber Eats, but I do have a DoorDash pass. There might be some options there as well. You know. But you should definitely be able to get some food. Shreya Chess, thanks for the years as a Prime sub. Thank you. Yay. We did it. We got through game 1. It's been about 4 hours. Clark, there was some Halo energy recently, but it's going to be busier on the weekend. Uber Eats is pretty popular. Okay, hopefully Amon can find something. You can always, eat some ass. Worst comes to worst. Some chess swamp ass. Cuz! Gifting 10. Hello, Cuz. Thank you, buddy. Cuz will be in Los Angeles. Should be a good time. They'll be taking over West Hollywood. I would be high energy like Clark Kent, but I've been streaming like all the nights, and we've been doing drinking games during what's it called? During the below deck. We've been doing drinking games during below deck. But the problem is if I keep streaming right now, tomorrow's actually a good day for the World Cup. I think Portugal's playing South Korea. There's some like interesting matches tomorrow. Like it looks pretty balanced. Switzerland, Cameroon, Uruguay, South Africa, Portugal, Ghana, and Brazil, Serbia. Obviously, like, have a lot of Serbian friends and influence. So even that match, I mean, Brazil's most likely going to win, but like, I want to watch. That's probably the first day where I'm interested in all 4 matches. I'm interested in all 4 matches. And that starts at 5 a.m. Switzerland, Cameroon, Uruguay, South Korea, Portugal, Ghana, Brazil, Serbia. I'm interested in all 4. So we could keep the party going. But if I'm going to be... If we have 2 games tomorrow. Guys, do you know the schedule? You guys know the schedule of Amon's event? You just met one of my fellow UTD alums. Who would that be, Mattis? How do you know when Amon's games are? Well, you can follow us on Twitter or Instagram, and we post it there. So, for example, I'll just show you anyways. ChessProd TV on Twitter. Right here. These are the rounds. 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern for the next 4 days. Either I'll be here or some very, very good replacements. Maybe we'll get Johnny and Tommy. Maybe we'll get Moj and J-Bell. But we got 8 more games of chess with them on. And that's for the next 4 days. It's a full slate. 2 rounds a day. Alex Guerrero. Thanks for the prime, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, tomorrow looks like a good World Cup day. I haven't looked for Black Friday, honestly. I could. I haven't looked. We'll see. It's getting to be a pretty big holiday commercially, I guess, even in Canada. Below Deck, I mean, today I streamed Arena Kings, and I streamed last night, and I was up early to watch soccer. I'm spent. If there's high energy to watch Below Deck, I'll do it now. But high energy means fucking money, drinks, ladies, and I don't think you guys are up to it. I think you guys are up to it tonight. If you are, I can do it. I have stamina, but I can tell most of you guys don't. You have chicken wing energy? We can go get chicken wings. No, because we need some of the... We have Tim Cannon here, but where's Java Bandit? Where's Champ? Where's Daxipoo? Where's Bucko? And I know Season 4 is good. Season 4 would be like... It's got to be expensive because we're going to run through it. Expensive in terms of time. If you like watching reality TV, this is also a good channel. I'm starting to branch out and watch reality TV, and we're actually having a pretty good time. It's not good for your life, but it's good for your entertainment. Hello, yes, some blow dick Bucko, that's right. Also, I beat Hickey today. I went 1.5 out of 2, so it's not all that bad for my chess. I had a strong session earlier. I gained 50 rating points in 2 hours. So it's not all that bad. You can actually get a bit better here sometimes. The 1 hour after show we're going to watch before we start Season 4, same session. It was a strong sesh. So, go over the Hickey game. It'll be on YouTube. Are you guys subbed to YouTube? Please and thank you. We want to get some views there. By the way, speaking of, Amon's here right now. Mattis, who did you meet from UTD? You're in Edmonton. Who would be in Edmonton that you would meet? You're just making stuff up, aren't you? I was only there for a few semesters. Did you guys see the latest YouTube video? People always ask for ads. They're like, we want ads. Hit me with an ad. You want to be hit with an ad? Watch the latest YouTube video today. And we actually have a sponsor that I'd like to pitch. So obviously that's like a killer ad by Amon. Uh, but I actually tried the razor as well, and it's pretty good. Like it's better than my Gillette it's pretty expensive to refill. It's better than Dollar Shave Club. So if you're actually like those things, try the link, because if we could like continue that sponsorship, that'd be awesome. Because we actually do need razors. Like none of us use electric razors. So I used it. I would not recommend one I don't use because they're not paying me to say this, and I wouldn't want anyone cutting. That's like cutting themselves. Harrys.com/chess. They're actually like good. Those unisex. Well, some of you guys date girls with mustaches. We don't judge. It's available in Canada, yeah. And we have a nice link. It's in the description. They're not paying me for this. It's not a Twitch thing, but I thought Amon had a killer ad, and the razor was actually good. And sometimes for these campaigns, if it goes well, it means they contact us again and we do longer campaigns. And if there's like a demographic in chess that like we do well in, it's usually like the male grooming. Like Manscaped, we used to do pretty well because you got a lot of guys banging a lot, so they're always shaving their balls. And I'm thinking we got a lot of guys who have to shave, so Harry's makes sense. But the starter set, it's like $5 just to try out. If you're in the market, you don't mind trying it out. I think it's available pretty much everywhere in the world. But it was a good ad by Amon, so I wanted to give reps for that. Harrys.com/chess. It's not very scammy. It's actually good. Like, anyways, that's random. It's not on our Twitch sponsorship or anything. I can actually say like it's good. Moist, I'm gonna need you to order it as part of your wins tonight. Chewy Boudris resubbed. Hamon Ambleton resubbed with Prime. Physique resubbed with Prime. No, not HelloFresh. I'm talking about Harry's. Moist dude. Anyways, Eric, how do you convince the neckbeards in the chat to shave easy, Bucko? We watch Below Deck, and we realize Zim is always clean shaven. He's always fresh. If you want to be like Zim, he's rocking that fresh look and that eye contact. Oh, it only sends to the US, not internationally? Damn it. I did not know that because they did send it to us. Wait, let me see. I'm sorry. Guys, don't ruin, no spoilers or you're going to get the bamboo fucking stick. Don't spoil what Zim's doing. Or there's going to be a real, you're going to get hurt real bad. Welcome to Harry's, Chessbra fans. Your discount will be auto-applied at final checkout. Let me try this. Can I order in Canada? In Canada, you can order. They do ship to Canada. It's 13 Canadian with free shipping. Okay. And you get... got it. Let me check something. Harry's shipping where? We ship to the United States, Canada, and the UK. Okay. So Canada works. Finally one that Canada works and the UK. Perfect. No, I know why. It's Canada, the UK, and the US. It's not Australia. But I appreciate you trying. American Wade, thanks for gifting a sub to Caffeine Chess. Thank you. We're getting some momentum here. 6,200 subs, I think. Is that where we're at? 6,207. Okay. Just because you guys have been well behaved, I'll end on a win. I'll play one chess game myself. Just because Cuz is here. Clark Kent. Hello and thank you. Let me end on a W and a song. And then we'll go for wings with Jeff. Cuz, could you give me a song request, please? Song request from Buddy Cuz. E4 for the boys is not a song, cuz, but I'll play E4. Chewy Budris. I'll try. There's so many strong players in a Mons tournament that the pools on chess.com are going to be even weaker. There won't be as many players seeking right now. But yeah, if you're in the US, Canada, or the UK, try Harry's. Let me know. What's the sub count? 6207, I think. Love it. Cuz, give me a song request. Holy smokes, Buddy's a slow typer. There we go. Okay, there you go. He wasn't in school when I was there, Mattis. Pleasurecraft. Excellent. But I know him. Oh, music's loud. Sorry about that. Now we're good. Now we're good. This is from Cuz, and we're gonna go out to some techno clubs in LA, which I'm pretty fucking excited for. So yeah, we got a Razer, sponsor on YouTube, NordVPN on Twitch, plus it's good, and HelloFresh for you Americans. Pleasurecraft is good. Oh yes. Oh yeah. I'm liking the way this is starting. Great song by Cuz. I'm fucking peaking, says Iman. Go Cuz. You're the DJ. Clark getting us to an even number. Let's go, Clark. Oh, this song. Oh, yes. We know this song. Oh, yes. I'm going to crank it up, I think. Oh, yes. Now I know what it is. Some celebration techno. Somebody's got to join Clark Kent in tier 3 after. I'm going to go for food in a moment. You did make it odd, Clark. Yeah, if there's any tier 3s with energy, go say hi to Clark Kent in Discord. We've been in the sauna quite a bit lately. Man, there's nobody online. I'll play one bullet game. Maybe two. The pools are dead. They're empty. Don't hunt me if you're watching, by the way. I'm gonna beat a 985. Just a lad. I'll take Dallas. Okay. Two bullet games, proper ones. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, this was not good by me. Not good. Okay, we'll take the draw because I was like dead earlier. We'll recover this one. I was just too slow. We'll recover it. GM Swamp Fox, thank you, buddy. Clark, thank you. Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm just spent, guys. I'm just spent. We got Cuz's song. Alrighty. I'm gonna call it. Because tomorrow, is it even now? I don't know if it's even. Let's just watch the reunion another time. Alright, I'm dead. I need to recover for tomorrow because you'll be seeing lots of me. Lots of me. You know who we have to raid, guys? Mr. Canny. Because he had a big win. Big fella with a big win. So go say hi to him. Hamster Ham, thank you for the wow, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Guys, see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Those subs are for Amon's win. There's gonna be more of those. Appreciate you hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. Thanks for the support. Get some sleep. Go Canada. Go Amon. Go Canty. Go you guys. Happy Wednesday night.